Hello, hello. I'm gonna turn my volume down a little bit because the music's very loud. But let's continue. Continue from my last save. Yes, I would like to continue. Miss Brett. I'm just gonna start off from where I last saved off of, because my laptop decided to crash last time. So this is wherever this decided to save at. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. I love Hosonaga. He's great. Unfortunately, I have no idea what the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Let me present. Not gonna actually present, but I'm going to examine this. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, though it's just plain water now. Ryunosuke, no, don't drink the water. You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. Dummy, there's poison in there. I'll just have a sip of this just to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might... Blah, blah. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder... Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone all quiet. Gone quiet all of a sudden. I can't read. I think I might have just worked out something. Something out. I can't. An interesting possibility. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosmo? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. I love these two's banter. It's so funny. Alright, back. Back. Okay, Z. Okay, let's press. Get a sip of water. There we go. Got myself a sip of water. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? What? Why are you staring at his crotch, ma'am? What fun! She's fun to, read her lines, but I hate her. You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Oh, hello. I'm starting off wherever I left off when my computer decided to restart after I started up stream again for about a minute after I accidentally stopped it. So, yeah. I'm just going back. It's just a little bit back. But, yeah. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why am I making him British? Yeah, my laptop said, go eat. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson is was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? He's such a simp. I hate him. Oh, yes. I think my tiny brain can. Well, I can't. Anyway. How's my mic setting sound today? I tweaked him a bit. By the way. I meant to ask that, but I forgot to ask right away. I am going to press that. That is Q. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Oh, did the game sound die? Oh. I figured out what happened. I forgot to turn the desktop audio on OBS. My bad. That's on me. Thank you for that. I hadn't realized. Whoops. It's just... Forgot to turn it back on. Whoops. Sorry. Also, there's a possibility that some people might join me today, since I'm sitting in a VC. Let people know that they can join if they want to help me voice some things, so if people join, that's why. They might not, though. That just depends on who wants to join. But,
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway, just gonna take another sip of water.
I think I might mostly just do some people's voices and rather than others, because some of them are just, like, not fun.
Q.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. I'm focusing more on the voice itself than the actual thing he's saying, that's how.
Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the top plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest.
Yeah, we already saw this part. This is where it's saved at, because... yeah, laptop couldn't, just kind of died.
Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
Yeah, we're a little bit behind, but we're not that far, I don't think. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Should just stay silent. Let me, E. Get the bottle again, because I already looked at it a minute ago, but I'm going to look at it again so I can read out the lines. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosmo? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. And gonna click. Yeah! The water. For a funny line by this man. So, this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a little sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke! You can't do that! For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. And that was that line. Yeah, Ryunosuke is kinda dumb. But I'm going to present this. Let's see what happens. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. He's trying his best, yeah. Poison! On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the Professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 Try not to yell. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the Professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you! Dots.
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine... I was about to say discern. This is a trial to determine the one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may... Oh, I was about to say... I'm gonna... go to the...
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the lovely young... Shut up!
It is you who should be silent. Cosmo's great. Of course.
Dear lady!
Yes. Despite my distaste for Giselle Brett, she does have one thing correct in telling Ouchie to shut up. Where did that come from? She just snapped. One thing I am very confused about is the usage of a comma to represent like a pause, like a small pause in like speech or thought in this case, instead of like a like the little dash thingy. Oh, it just went.
I'm afraid may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
Miss Ma'am, you were not apologetic in the slightest. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I'm just gonna make him British, I guess. I strive for flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I'm gonna make the judge a bit raspy. I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! I'm trying so hard not to yell. Because my roommate is in the room and I don't know exactly what they're doing. I don't want to disturb them. Yeah, it just goes everywhere. I mean, to be fair, Ace Attorney kind of does the same thing. But this is pretty much all over the place. Just like, wah.
I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Yeah, I think it's partially to portray how desperate Ryunosuke is to prove his innocence, because he knows he didn't do it, but he has to prove that he didn't do it in the court of law, so he doesn't get, like, executed or something, if that's what the punishment was at this time in Japan. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Cosmo? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Ta.
Oh. Oh, I know who that is. Susanna! Oh.
Please, wait!
Why did I make her sound like that? Isn't that... What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding court proceedings, Your Excellency. Suzata Mikitoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
Mikitoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I can't read. Furoshiki. I can't freaking read.
Yes, save my progress.
Save there, just in case it glitches out somehow. Yeah. Suzata the MVP! Judicature. Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less?
My guy, you were just simping over an English woman. What is your problem?
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
He's an incel. He is an incel. He is an incel. I hate him.
Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. I cannot read in this voice for some reason. I do not know why. You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
The grandpines. Wait, hold on. How old is he? How old is Ouchie?
He's 51!
No! She's 16. She's 24. This man is 67. He's 38. Hosanaga's 29. He was 47. 42. And then 23. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
I am most grateful. Oh wow, 2 people behind the bench with me. Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? Report about something? Written in English. It's time for bed, old man. Yes.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The English ones?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper.
Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no. Of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you.
And that's been added to the court record.
Goodbye then, and good luck. Just bows and leaves. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. I'm going to look at the court record before I say anything. Synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Characteristics effects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. On entry, the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. He had tooth surgery, right? That's post-mortem. What is this? No. Examine. This is clearly a record of some kind of medical treatment. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. Extraction? So he had a tooth out. Yes, it sounds like just before he went to lunch, Dr. Wilson had to have a decayed tooth removed. They probably used laughing gas so he couldn't feel anything. It's the latest medical advancement in the West. Yes, I've heard people talking about this new idea of anesthetic. It's impossible to imagine not being able to feel pain, though. There's a cautionary note at the end from whoever wrote this. It says, no food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. Alright. Shoot. What's the other part? No, how to clinic. I think we've already read this. Alright. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure in this time period they did not have the ability to like sew back the mouth up, or if they did, it was not as great as it is. Like they couldn't just like glue it back together, whatever. So he had like an open wound in his mouth. So that's how he died. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Brianosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance, very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order.
I hate you. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
The English language does not make any sense, and I'm saying this as a native English speaker. Like, why do we have a word for the action that describes a word that basically means the action of throwing somebody out of a window? Why do we need that word? Why do we have that word? There's no reason. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? I'm gonna save. Just to be safe. Alright, back. I'm gonna present this. Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean, you wouldn't have heard of curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? I'm having fun with this. Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to the report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribesmen of South America. I was about to say Africa. That's the wrong that is an entirely wrong continent. As a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
That report states that it's procured from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? He's just like, oh my.
Objection! Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison. He would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I hadn't noticed the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is the evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there'd be no visible signs of pain at all.
Yeah, it paralyzes the victim.
How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Miss Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. Don't follow, Cosima. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison.
Nuts.
Yeah. And you're suggesting this bottle, Counsel, actually contains a terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
Ooh.
Ahem. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever. Oh, jeez.
What did he say?
But you must be taught some manner. Shut up! Or, shut up! It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Ryunosuke's just like, I don't want to say anything. I'm just gonna look around nervously. Because I don't know what to say here, because I don't want to get yelled at.
Objection! Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency?
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Why? Why would you let a witness who's potentially a murderer or any witness on the stand for that matter, have their hands on any evidence. That's just dumb. Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Why would you do this? Hosonaga, what are you doing? Why are you allowing this?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Hey, yo. The British Empire, like, the England, where your country is also an island, you idiot. Sorry.
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
And she just drinks the whole thing. Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
What? Hey. Just crickets.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. My brain immediately went to that one vine where it's like, so, no head. It's not appropriate for this subject matter. But oh shit. Wait. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? Not that vine, I'm sorry.
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here at this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to be poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she'll have keeled over dead. Not necessarily. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. The culprit did put curare into Mr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection! Fool! Are you blind? There's no way that bottle could have contained poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it.
That's right. Which rather complicates her argument, I think.
and I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense true, I'm going to do this. What is it in what section is it under? Synopsis. No. Special characteristics. Special characteristics. Okay. Route of entry. Route of entry. Special characteristics. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly, this? Oh, back.
I need to present.
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Breast's own research report.
That is not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utterly gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged and the special characteristics? We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years, and to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes.
Get another sip of water. Another sip.
I think what I'm gonna do is probably get through the rest of this case and get partway through the next one. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Goodness gracious, counsel! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of you drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection! Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how that possibly— Shut up! So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems that likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right. Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. The lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes. This curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
No, it's not.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
This objection is so wimpy.
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallow the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? This, I believe. As Miss Brett was so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. The fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. I don't know how to pronounce that word.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Give me that!
Just everyone.
You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip.
Just shatters on the.
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
I mean, you could sweep up the glass and check the inner part of the shards for like. And besides that, they don't have a test in Japan to test for curare. So that was entirely unnecessary. Yeah, there's a photo of it too. No! What is this? What has just happened? It's the Englishwoman! She smashed that bottle! And in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this!
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not.
You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left behind. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
Let me take a look at that. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, wait, I can't. Look at it. There's a dark spot here. Why?
That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Oh, that was his. Just, objection! No! You killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stand remains unchanged. The victim, I cannot speak. That's not Dawn. Dr. John H. Wilson was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I don't know why I made him pronounce that like that, but okay. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, that's true. So if there are any clues left for us now to use, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was fallen with a swan on her head. So, think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Do I have that picture now? No, I don't. Why? I want the picture. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. I saw what I felt. Every color. Oh my god, it's blood! Blood. It's blood. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. There's blood. Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking about it, back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Another. I can't freaking speak. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling. Oh. I'm not gonna say no. For a while, that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Blah, blah, blah. Here's somewhere the clue that shows that who Dr. Wilson's killer must have been is this. R. Take that! Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this? Shut up!
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't have been the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it applies in plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Oh, he coughed up more blood. Oh, but she's sweating now. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving the evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you'd been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Why did I do that? Blah, blah, blah. I said that kind of weird, but that's okay. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Is a plate. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. Steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there any blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. That's a different steak. Wait. There has to be a different steak, because, like... Yeah, no, that's a different steak. Did you grab the wrong steak, man? Did you grab the wrong steak? What happened? No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no. That's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I think that's just a you problem.
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
Just clenching hair.
This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
Oh, I'm gonna examine that, alright. I thought I saw. Just take me to my imagination. Gonna examine this. Okay. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh. There's an emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. Seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So, this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Alright. Wait, anything? Nope. Steak. What the? What? Huh? Huh? What is this? I think that's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei area, I believe. No, I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait. Did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never thought of a bullion in a bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Can I grab the coin? I certainly never to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No. The next time I order steak at an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer in it for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Something happened. Wait, why didn't it update? I just wanted to update. Man. Crap. Hold on. Let it update. I just want the thing to update. There's a Koban coin under the steak. Why? Why is there a Koban coin? Me. Can you take the coin out? No. I cannot. Alright, I guess I'll just have to leave it. Okay. No. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. No matter what. No matter. I cannot read. Believe in myself? Really? I already did that. Maybe I should examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. Excuse me. See if examining it now will do anything. Where? I already saw this. Where? Can I please have this piece of evidence be updated? No, I guess not. Why won't you update? I presume any further examination of this evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please, wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection! The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I made it myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Shut the heck up. Shut. I've already read this. Come on. I think I was supposed to have found this now and not earlier. Shush. Oh, it looks bloody. That's a gross coin. Good gracious, that's a coma? What on earth? Oh, I already wanted that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant in the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Shut up! She's the fucking swan. What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
I fail to see how this is relevant. Coin underneath the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hohe Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? A rare Hohe Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it's you who is irrelevant. I mean, that's kind of factually false. Yeah, does nobody have... to be fair, they've probably been going on for several hours. But, like, the fact that she's like, you are irrelevant. You are, in fact, the one that's irrelevant to this case. Miss Ma'am, he's the accused. He is relevant. Like, the person you're saying is irrelevant to this case is the person who's potentially going to be, arrested fully and for a crime. Like, charged. Even though I'm the one on trial here. Yes. Yes, Ryunosuke. He is innocent. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. For him being, the freaking person who was accused of the crime, he sure is irrelevant to this case. It's not as if he is the one who's being charged with this crime at this current moment in time, and him being in court. Surely not. Stupid lady. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. Time to get my other water bottle out of the fridge because I don't have much left in this one. I'm gonna put this behind my laptop because it's empty. Let me grab my other water bottle. I think that made a noise, but I don't know. Yeah, the old man. Okay. Let me grab a cookie from my shelf as well. Eat something a bit more synthetic. Yummy. Peanut butter flavored. Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found in its beefsteak is Curio Correcta. His name is literally just collector in Japanese. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasutse, Curio Correcta-san. Jury? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed. The Hoenera Koban, my prized coin. And this Hoenera Koban, do you mean to tell me? No. Please, why would Correcta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Correcta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Correcta-san. Blah, blah, blah. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay.
Yes, sir, your excellency, sir.
I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. I have a hunch. A strong hunch. That if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, that we'll find its way. I can't read. We'll find that's a key element in this case. I apparently can't read, but that's okay. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's time for dinner time for a little baby Idaho? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And then cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in thrice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this prostitute shop owner's existence.
Yeah, I was trying to make him sound like a military man, but it just becomes Texan. I'm trying to make him sound like a kind of guy. Be that as it may, Corrector-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory... Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh no, his foot! As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban before?
Oh! Yes, that's it. The one, the very exact one that it is. The splendiferous Hohe treasure that my rusty old bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Help me out of my misery.
My voice just cracked.
Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. I completely missed his British accent. I un-Britished him. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Yeah, I think I might need to scooch back a bit when I yell. My bad. It just, like, cuts out. It's just like... Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hohe treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such unconscionable thing.
Was that better? I leaned back a bit that time. Excuse me. Could I say something? There we go. I just need to lean back when I yell. I was leaning a little too close to my microphone. I tweaked my microphone settings, so it should sound a little better than before. Yes, of course. Wow, it's been like an hour and a half already, dang. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, was it? Yes. I took on the job of a waiter in the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Korekta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What? Oh. I'm just gonna make him like Toad. I'm gonna make him turn into Toad every time he yells. There's a fly in my desk. Little tiny gnat thing. Gross.
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korekta-san's Koban and hid it under the stake?
The only person that was at his table. You.
Yes or no, sir? Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant, yes or no, sir? What? How dare you, you monster! Pretty obvious. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Otto. Otto was the mastermind behind all this. What?
Huh? What? Why the hell are you blaming your infant son? What? Is he a kleptomaniac or something? Like, huh? Everyone is just flabbergasted. Blaming a baby, how dare you? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. What are you... What? What? I don't even know how to begin to voice that. The little baby. Can I? I can. Just... I don't even know how I would begin to try and voice this. Just... Go back. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayasanosa, preparing to stand down the Supreme Court, sir. I'm gonna try. Just... Just gibbity glop. Oh my god. Do any of you know the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? Let me look at that. Is it still in the... This just kills me. The mic. I'm just laughing so loudly. I leaned in a little too far. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation, owing to the recently ended conflicts, remains in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes? All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why he was stealing those things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his coupon? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Why? Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd out too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double! I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. They're just, like, all silent. They're like, wow. There's like 4 people at the stand at once. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett?
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. Oh, how rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
Too stunned to speak.
May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Yes, each.
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. I'm trying to figure out his voice without making it sound like Cosmo. It's not going well.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Well... Oof.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now then, I'll just... Blah, 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 I can't figure out the freaking judge's voice. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further jurisdiction for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
His face is just gives me vibes of, are you seeing this shit? What the? Are you seeing this shit, man?
Please.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming.
Nah, you ain't going nowhere.
For real. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea sounds me. We already saw this. We just saw this, but I was not going to voice it. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I am right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see some evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? Is it the steak itself? I'm gonna save. Just in case, screw up. Yes. I'd like to do that. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's the photo, but it could be the steak itself. Let me just... Wait. Oh, wait! Oh. Is it this one? This is the evidence right here. Well, Miss Brett? Well, Miss Brett?
This attempt to incriminate me is brutish as the sergeant's eating habits.
Yes, I'm inclined. No. It's steak. It could be the steak. Oh, I already saw this.
Is it the steak? Please? Is it the steak? Oh yes, it is the steak! Hurrah! This was not the picture at all! Oh, I was like, it's either the picture or the steak. It was the steak.
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs. Let me just back up away from my microphone a little bit.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very, very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it. Noticed it. Blah, 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 blah. I can't freaking speak. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman would even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. It's round. Like somebody went, As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. That sounded kind of sus, but okay. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
What is your actual point? Perhaps the... Shut up! Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Shut up! I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Nice pun. Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the stake have for her. Rinosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. Got the hiccups, great. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes. I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up! Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought up before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward.
Take a sippy of water, because throat's getting a little dry.
It can't be! I don't believe you have it.
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence? It's Satoru Hosonaga. We stand this man. He's got all the evidence. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing the Korekta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer! Hosanaga's great. I love him. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier of the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nose's meal.
Makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection! Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of a steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Like the British haven't stolen things from other people before. Like they haven't done that.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. You're not going to suggest. Surely you're not going to suggest the sandwich switch? The sergeant sandwich? Sandwich? Jerry!
The sandwich switched the two sticks over in awkward sandwich ice and nosa. Sandwich. Can't believe I said sandwich instead of sergeant.
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Yeah, it did. Shoves the child behind him again. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable! However...
Oh, wait, that's the wrong person. However, fear not, prosecutor son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga!
My question is, how did the sergeant not notice that there was blood on his plate? Actually, never mind. He was panicking, so he probably didn't notice at all. He probably thought it was ketchup or something.
Or just didn't see it. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up! What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
You're just saying that because you realized that your plate had blood on it. Objection! No! You're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon.
Surely you're not forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you? No? That was a lot of alliteration.
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate, that plate, was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe... That's the wrong accent. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! There's the correct steak. Ah, I see it! I see it! Sorry for keeping you. Blood! Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. There's blood! There is blood. Big little splatter, big splatter. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. It's all neatly cut too. In other words, nope, wrong accent. Maybe I should make him British as well, but that might confuse the two voices. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. Deep British for Cosima. It's you! Autosave. By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, no. There goes the swan. My swan is going crazy! She's screaming for a long time, my gosh. What the heck? What the heck was that? She flew into the rafters like an angel of death. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. The little baby swans, the little like, what do you call a baby swan? Gosling? Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentleman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what exactly happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. Is she gonna lie again? I swear. It was I who took the... Oh, no, she's telling the truth, though. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So, you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he'd been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. I told you! I knew it! I knew she had a gun hidden somewhere. And she said she couldn't have freaking hidden anywhere. Freaking liar! Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Well, I think it might cause him not British. Maybe. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Everyone's flabbergasted. Like, damn, she really did do it. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. The corruption. I kind of know a bit of what's going to happen in the next case, and there's a character that I'm really excited to voice. It's going to be great. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This can't be! Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not the likes of this rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
Yes? Yes.
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. He ran away.
He cut his top knot.
He's just like, 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. This dude's voice is hard to do because he's not like an old man. I can't do like an old man voice for him because he's like... He's... Man's cursed the whole family for generations. That's hot. Oh, mouth. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asugi. Yes? After this trial, you are to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. I can't freaking do his voice, man. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Let me just take another sippy.
I'll get at least partway through the second case, and then call it a night. Because there's no way I'm going to be able to finish the whole case, but yeah. Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Oh, yes. In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Yeah, they're really long. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty.
Sakura blossoms! They're so pretty!
He looks flabbergasted. You couldn't see him because I was kind of in the way, but he was flabbergasted. This court is now adjourned. Thump. Well, I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, that's not. I thought that was her dad. My bad. That's the wrong person. Whoops. Congratulations Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh, no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words really should be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikitoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. To the defense. Speaking of Mikitoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. There we go. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Asagi. Great Britain has a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asagi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. And that reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trials herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm sure of it.
What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, it's Hosonaga. Inspector Hosonaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. Got my water. What? We can't try her. But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? The British consular court will hear a case. Somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were the thing of past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. I got the hiccups. Great. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. Oh, God. Why do I have the hiccups? They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. I just gotta work through it. Oh, goodness. Okay. But it's going to change from now on. We can make a change. Oh my God, why do I have the hiccups? Ugh. This is a time of great turmoil, and this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. I don't get hiccups when I'm tired. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. I don't feel tired, anyway. Well, I think that's serious enough for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. There is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I shall be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Maybe too much reading, or maybe it's the water. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. Yeah, it might be the reading. I'll get through part of the next case, and then I'll just call it quits. Like, I'll find a good stopping point. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh, yes. Thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. suppose this means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Cosima.
Yes, Ryunosuke?
I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work.
Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
But come on, be serious.
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh, no, not me. The tense-verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you.
And that's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point?
Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win?
Knowledge of the law?
No. The ability to believe.
To believe? To believe what?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it.
I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth.
That's a direct call out to the previous games, I'm pretty sure.
But you have to make a choice about what to believe and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, or choose to believe in, to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person.
Believing in your client.
Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me.
Okay. Yeah, I was just answering a text. Thanks, Cosima.
I'm good, I was just answering a text. From somebody. Somebody tried to call me earlier. I didn't know, because my phone was on the desk.
There's something else I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me.
It sounds serious. What is...
Ah, you're still here, are you?
Hey, Inspector Hosonaga.
I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go.
Thank you.
We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory.
And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget.
Ah, yes, that too. Did you forget, Kazuma? I just didn't want to talk about it. So my very first trial came to an end. Oh, what the? There was a flash of a window over here. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Sozato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part. Yes, he did! He gave us vital evidence. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. More importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. He did so much.
Defense debut is an achievement I just got.
I'm gonna save over this.
Yes.
Back. Yes. And now for the cutscene. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Reading segment. On board the steamship Burya.
Nice. It's the boy.
Let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from the bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from? I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume You must have heard of me.
Their faces. Oh no. But we got Sholmes. Oh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. What the? Wait. I can't move. Oh my gosh. Hands! Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? Those look more like manacles. It's you to wake up now, Oh, that's Russian. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Bah, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in the tiny wardrobe, I'm trying my best to do a Russian accent. Leave me alone. Sorry. Now, you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Mrs. Otto! Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? So this is... I feel like this must be like a trauma point for poor Ryunosuke. Like, in his life, just wakes up, hands are handcuffed, and his best friend is just gone. You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's belt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead. But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. I'm tearing up as I'm voicing this. What the heck? Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It's making me tear up with his, like, the emotionality of it. Just the sadness in his voice. It's fine, I'm good. Just portraying a little bit too much emotion. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that.
I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less than a man than you look. Hey! Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we?
Why did he die? Why do all the mentor figures have something wrong with them? Why? Like, why do they either die or become evil? Why?
I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean up the cabin.
Ryunosuke hiding in the closet.
I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper?
I know what you are, Ryunosuke. I know exactly what you are.
Well, I'd certainly hope so.
These two cannot. There is no way that these two aren't gay for each other in some way or form.
What? And I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know.
They're two gay Japanese friends going to Great Britain. Going to Great Britain. One of them is dead, the other is sad. Now there's only one left. Oh god.
We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on all this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer! No! I'm not a murderer! Da! You said before. You admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but...
Yeah, it's part of the Chronicles, because it's both. It's got both games, so I'm gonna play both. Gonna play with the Ace Attorney trilogy. I'm gonna play all 3 games and try and figure out a way to play the Apollo Justice trilogy, if I can figure that out.
What was it? Yes, I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth!
Yeah. I love the music in this game. It's like a bop.
Zato-san... Please, tell me what happened. I need to know.
Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too.
Oh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. I'm gonna pause right here for a sec and take a bit of a bathroom break, because I have been drinking water a lot, and I really need to go to the bathroom. BRB. Hello, I'm back. Nope, that was my desk. That was my chair. About Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? Yeah. They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or, to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? It's impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Osato-san, you have to tell me! The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, of course, but he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So, presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury, then? That's true, yes. About the incident. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day, so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I kind of want to make a joke here. I'm not going to, though. I could sense that he wouldn't. That mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried. So I went to find a member of the crew. Don't worry, I'm not going to make that joke. I feel like there's going to be more moments where I can make a much better joke just because of the setup of, like, the dialogue. So I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to wait for a better opportunity to make a joke instead of just a cheap one. It's funnier that way. The crewmen forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. Oh no, buddy. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. It's all very hard to believe. Hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. Oh, but my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Stowaway. Why are you even aboard this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now. I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been possible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Some more dialogue of the boy. That's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you want to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that. But I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development. The center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Like, these two voices, like, Kazuma, Ryunosuke, and Susato are much more comfortable than the other ones I was doing earlier, but which is great. So it's not as tiring. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama... Yeah... With Sholmes, it's gonna be a little interesting, because I have an idea that I'm gonna try and execute. And I'm hoping it's not gonna be too harsh on my throat. I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's right. That's exactly it. Right, yes. What? Wait, what did he say? Word perfect, in fact. Okay, that's what he said. I skipped ahead. Why are you scared? Why are you scared for what I have in mind for Sholmes? If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. You're scared of what I have in mind for Sholmes. Don't worry about it, it should be fine. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And there is his closet again. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't stir even when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. Me too, buddy. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do, but it's the truth. If only I had woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Chisato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I cannot allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm just supposed to sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No! I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. I think my mic peaked at that. I wasn't... That was a Susato's takedown. Susato... Susato what? What martial art form is that? He's upside down. I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes. Your innocence. I need evidence. How am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? You achieved just a few weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. I don't actually. She is expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. I'm gonna, actually, you know what? I'm gonna examine this. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember working really hard to make it, but I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway, and it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but nobody opened the doors. Oh, that's... what? You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread as thinly as I possibly could. I couldn't bear to waste any. You used rice as glue. What? Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it into place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So, naturally, he did the same last night as well. Yes, of course! The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign right from the wardrobe doors, right before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. No. Even if you sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating you here, at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back into position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you, to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. What conjuring tricks? Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Can I converse with you? Oh, no. Bum, 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 bum. That's my dinner for last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor there? Here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate it at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? Chicken is, to be fair, sometimes chicken is not that great. Sometimes chicken's gross. But I like chicken. Might go get chicken for dinner later. Or a sandwich. I like sandwiches. I might eat the the witness from the last case. And chicken is good, yeah. It's just some people just don't like chicken, which is fair. I'm not particularly fond of beef, because sometimes it's just kind of gross. No, that's right. You didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean... Oh, Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly. It's just too horrible. Ugh. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. My roommate is leaving the room for something. No, I don't think it caught on the thing. Okay. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Suzuto-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Yes, that's not good. I'm gonna get food after. At least after I voice Sholmes. I want to at least voice him before I end the stream today. I want to at least get my voice for him down. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Oh, ooh. I'm sure you're careful to look around using the B and M. Using B and M. That's an interesting set of keys to use. Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Interesting. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. What the heck? Oh, his... That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on his trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Oh, what's this? Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Not really straight! No, man's was not straight. There's no way. What? What's that thing? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Is that a bell? Whatever the thing was, it appears to be broken clean in two. But yours is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuki fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket around like this with him, would he? I'm gonna eat some cookies. I'm getting a little hungry, but I'm not ready to end stream yet, because I want to voice the detective man himself first. And the map beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. There we go. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not... No, that's not Susato. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? What are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Susato, no. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. I think it's a joke that she's trying to make. They're calling him like a prohibited thing on the ship. Basically. It's not a very good joke, though. The books have fallen over on the shelf, look. The books have all fallen over on the shelf, look. They've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although, he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked. Everything mowed down at once. I wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. I think so. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. That's a very large cavern case, isn't it? Yes. It carries a lot of memories from me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes. I see it says, "This way up," in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown, that's for certain. Ouch. Can I not? Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Maybe. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. It's because it's Russian. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is this?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. Some foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing.
London Diary.
Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Excuse me. Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya!
Would you stop doing that?
That's out of the question.
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case?
You didn't think about that, did you?
Alright, I won't read it.
Ow. Why did I say ow? I just dropped my ring onto my laptop. That didn't actually hurt.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either.
But in this case, isn't the need for more clues more important?
What?
It's been 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san?
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage on your own in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So, yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin?
No, sadly not.
Good. Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes. In the interests of cultural research, obviously.
No?
Susanoo! No! Susanoo! 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 I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all.
Susanoo, no, she looks so distraught. Oh no! I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that?
I suppose. Maybe that's it. Oh my god! Yes! When did he jump scare? Who's that? He was there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Did he? A European. You've noticed the man too, have you? I've no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Haru-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Cosmo's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
All right then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Me too, girl, me too.
Please do.
Examine. This is gonna be fun. Excuse me. Excuse me. Do you have a moment? Shh! Hold on. This is a critical point in my investigation. This is a critical point. I'm gonna have to retcon his voice a little bit, because it's gonna take me a bit to get to it. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Oh, what? Where did he go? Oh, Jesus! Oh, shit. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. let me just reread this a bit to try and get the voice. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Actual jump scare. I love his goggles. What exactly were you doing on Cosmo's desk just now? Oh! Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes. Everything is clear now. There we go. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Who? What? Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you'll find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, that's true at least. But how? Let me find something that can simulate something in my mouth. How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining.
You perhaps managed to deduce something, to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. Many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, You have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. I love him. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. These eyes. Blah, blah, blah. I might have to retcon his voice a bit. Make it more somewhere British. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Cosmo-sama. What? And you're plotting revolution too. Susanoo! It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way Hiya! Susanoo, can you please stop? Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. Susanoo! This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a ruffian. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. But was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. There you have it, you see? There you have it, you see? What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed! An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. My apologies. How remiss of me. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the country, known to men and women of the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. So, it's really you? The actual Sherlock Holmes? Don't copyright strike me, please. The very same. The inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. I'm having to put my ring in my mouth. I hope I don't swallow. Gaslight King. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. Who's Sherlock? I don't know no Sherlock. All I know is Herlock. Sherlock Holmes, of course. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? I love him. Can I present anything to you? Can I please? Can I please? Mr. Sholmes, what do you make of this? Shh! Quiet! When I'm ruminating in the course of my deductions, nothing must disturb my mind. Oh, sorry. Ah, an Indian curry, perhaps. What's he ruminating about? The lunch menu? I love him. Alright, I think this is where I'm gonna leave it, though. Because after I talk to him first. Because I want to do his voice. I'm gonna talk to him, and then I'm gonna end stream. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Sherlock Sholmes. Okay, I'm trying to do his voice in a very extravagant way, but it's kind of hard. Yeah, it's been like 3.5, actually. Oh, I see. You're German? Sherlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean, well, I have hair. Please, just call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Ow. Oh, yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Yes, there it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own stories, you started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake! Make no mistake! I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, at this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having resolved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in a subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look at me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn for observation and deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. I love him. He's great. I love him. Even though he's very silly. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow! Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. A silly, goofy man, yes. Yes, he is. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. Great. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes! Luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? 2 facts, you say? Oh. Oh, whoa, I got more stuff. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please, what 2 facts were apparent when you came into this cabin this morning? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, but first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. Blah, I've never come across that word before. Elucidate. Blah, blah, blah. The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. And number 2. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. No. I think my game froze. Oh, there we go. Maggie, it's good. It's good. It just froze for a sec. My game froze for a second. That's okay. Everything froze for a second. It's all fine. It's all good. It just kind of froze for a second. That's okay. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I'm going to look up how to pronounce that with Google Translate. Because I want to pronounce that word in his voice. Yeah, my game kind of froze for a sec. I don't know how to pronounce that. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Let me see. Oh dear. Wow. Oh dear. Maybe I can power through and y'all can view this in the view this part in the VOD. Oh dear. Well, I'm gonna continue through it because even though it's buffering. T. You really think Kazuma-sama would have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Guard the Rob may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Guard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong to not look inside the wardrobe here, there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. Okay, I'm gonna read this before I click off. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. Let's see if it'll fix. Please. Susan, please. How do I fix that? I'm gonna continue. Hopefully it doesn't screw up the VOD. Maybe. Alright. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, and I might analyze it for possible hidden details. I guess it's just my YouTube deciding to be like, oh yes, your thing is still poor. That's telling me it's still poor. YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, and so it'll be like buffering, but I guess it's good. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Cosimo had been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Oh no. Susan! Susan, please! Please! Susan! Oh no. This is where I save for today. Looks like it's gonna be cut short. That be the way the cookie crumbles. Well, it certainly wasn't short, but looks like this is where we're gonna end it today. Gonna just turn the music off and gonna set y'all to this. Are you kidding me? Now Susan decides to start working? You know what? Screw this. I'm still continuing. No. No. I refuse. I refuse. What the heck? Screw this. It's just as I'm about to end, Susan was like, "Oh yeah, no, you're good. Stream's healthy." So I'm going back. Screw that. Continue, dang it. Yes. Just continue for a few more minutes. Jeez. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. You were right, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Poor Ryunosuke. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah, yes. The train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Koheko? What the heck does... I don't know what that's... Oh, shoot. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times... I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port at Shanghai yesterday, and last night a young Russian was murdered. Since when was a Kazimar Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what customer someone wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. Yeah, totally. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned how to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And, I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of the assassination and the blowing up of the Crystal Tower? And race too. I'm pretty sure villain Bolshevik is white. Naruhodo is very clearly Japanese. Yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all these particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. As a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages. But I see no rubbish bin nearby. What is Ryunosuke now? A trash can? Is that what he is? And you may find the article on the back of the page, on the back page of interest as well. On the back. Cast your eyes over it sometime if the interest takes you. Cast your eyes over it sometime if the interest takes you. Though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. Couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. I'm gonna read this. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you are floundering as a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness! He is fearsome! Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was all right, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he only needs to shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, what's this? Who are you? You're very pretty. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Arahada-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. Look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. White. Beck. What you were just investigating. And then after this, I shall be done for the night. Before we started talking, you weren't examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Cosimo was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato. Susato-san? Aren't you going to the third detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray, be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, naronado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, none of which I can read. Read precisely none. Ah! He doesn't know any Japanese at all. He can't read it. So what was all that showing off before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would happily be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, do go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Entered into the court. Ah, yes. Oh. Well, a little bit more dialogue and then I end, I guess. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, no. Oh, I suppose... Yes, I don't want to vomit all over the crime scene, mind you. That would be very unfortunate. Adding extra dialogue. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will come clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be... no, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrists should reveal the answer. Oh, these... After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it! Only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So, what were you looking at? So what? You were looking at my knees before? Sweet detective you are. Well, anyway. That was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. There he goes. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humour is as twisted as his name. Water-san, what are you standing there for? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Why did you throw him? After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea! Situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Cosmo to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Alright, and this is where I actually ended. Alright. Back to the title. I'm gonna save again, because why not? Just to be sure. Alright. And that's me actually ending the game. I hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did, even though there was a bit of an issue with Susan being a little, a little rough on one edge. But, I hope you guys enjoyed. I certainly did enjoy, voicing Sholmes, so that was very fun. And I will see you guys again tomorrow at an earlier hour, playing a very different game than what we played today. I'm going to be playing tomorrow. Let me check my schedule just to be safe, so I don't say the wrong thing. I'm going to be playing Persona 5 Royal tomorrow, so that's going to be fun. Anyway, see you all tomorrow.